Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to come to order, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Good morning, and thank you for being here. This is an important topic that affects every American. It's a vital part of our commerce in the United States of America. We're here to discuss the future of the United States Postal Service and to address options for ensuring its long-term viability. Each year, more than 40% of the world's mail volume is carried through the United States Postal Service. The Postal Service employs more than 400,000 full-time workers spread throughout the country. It is also the backbone of more than a $1 trillion mailing industry that employs more than 7.5 million people. However, due to the ongoing changes in the way Americans use the mail, the Postal Service faces an unprecedented financial crisis. In 2006, mail volume had declined since 2006, mail volume has declined more than 25%, or about 60 billion pieces of mail annually. As a result, the Postal Service has lost money for 9 straight years. With nearly a decade of red ink behind it, the Postal Service faces mounting long-term financial challenges. The agency has $125 billion in unfunded liabilities, including $54 billion for retiree health care, and has exhausted its $15 billion statutory debt limit. Further, the Postal Service lacks the funds it needs for critical infrastructure investments. Chief among those is the purchase of a delivery fleet projected to cost roughly $6 billion. Think about all those millions and millions of postal boxes that need somebody to come actually deliver the mail to them. It is a miraculous thing, I think, in this country that for less than 50 cents, you can put a stamp on an envelope, and a day or 2 or 3 days later, that's going to show up at another address within the country. It really is truly amazing. But if you're going to purchase new delivery vehicles and prepare for the next decade or 2, you're going to need some money, and it's something that the Postal Service does not have. In the meantime, they must manage a delivery fleet of vehicles, which on average is 24 years old and cost $1 billion a year in maintenance. That's just the maintenance cost. While the Postal Service has made efforts to cut costs and streamline its operations, it's not enough. And I think it's important to note that many of the unions have been very helpful in actually working with the Postal Service and making cuts, but they don't want to keep continuing to cut the number of personnel, and neither do I. We want to see a growing, vibrant, thriving Postal Service. Today we're going to hear from representatives of 5 key stakeholders within the postal community, including the Postmaster General, the Postal Regulatory Commission, the Government Accountability Office, private industry, and one of the more important postal unions. There are a number of postal unions. I wish we could have them all up at the same time, but we have one here with us today. The witnesses will discuss reforms as needed, as well as how certain reform proposals would work. One of the things that is most critical in dealing with this has to do with Medicare. And I look forward to hearing from the Postmaster General Brennan and the NALC Union President Rolando about a joint proposal to require the Postal Service retirees to fully enroll in Medicare in order to receive federal health care benefits in their retirement. Since 1983, postal workers have paid some $29 billion. $29 billion they've paid into Medicare. But currently, postal retirees have a choice in enrolling in Medicare. As federal retirees, they can continue their sole enrollment in a federal employee health care plans, or they can enroll in both federal plan and Medicare. While 3/4 of retirees already enroll in both Medicare and the federal plan, the Postal Service and its retirees could see significant savings if all retirees were duly enrolled. I look forward to hearing more about this proposal. It is one of the most key elements, biggest elements in our drafting and coming forward with a reform package that has a vibrant and sustainable Postal Service. And let me just say, I think it's important to note the approach that we're taking here. Are there costs to be cut? Yes. Are there things that we can do to become more effective, more efficient? Yes. But I also do believe that the Postal Service is a vital tool of commerce, and a thriving, vibrant, productive Postal Service is essential to our economy. We cannot ignore this. Think about the world of the internet. Think about the way commerce is moving. Think of the way we communicate. Think of how we send bills and communicate as a nation. You have to have a vibrant, thriving Postal Service in order to achieve all of that. That's why I think so many people are here today, and it's one of the most important things that our committee will be addressing and taking care of. And that's the goal, and that's what we're trying to achieve. And I thank you all for being here. We should have a good hearing today. With that, I'll now recognize the ranking member, a good friend, Mr. Cummings of Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your hard work and staff on both sides working so hard for a long time to try to resolve the many complex issues that the Postal Service face. And I want to thank the Postal Service community, those and all of those affected by it, because there is a genuine effort to try to come to some type of resolution that is a win-win-win-win for everybody. And I express my appreciation because it helps us as we move along. I also want to thank our witnesses for being here to discuss ideas for addressing the significant challenges facing this very critical institution. Since its establishment more than 240 years ago, the Postal Service has served as the critical link that touches each one of our lives and connects us all together, our families, our businesses, and our communities. Through more than 32,000 post office offices staffed by more than 600,000 people, the Postal Service delivers more than 150 billion pieces of mail a year to more than 150 million addresses. Since the last postal reform legislation was enacted some 10 years ago, the Postal Service has encountered deepening financial challenges. As a result of the increasing popularity of online communications and transactions, the volume of mail handled by the Postal Service has fallen by more than 25% since 2006, and this trend is expected to continue. The costs of the Postal Service's operations have also risen, in part because the Postal Service is required to provide universal delivery service to every address in the United States. Every year, about 900,000 new addresses are created in this country, and the Postal Service's network of facilities, letter carriers, and workers must expand to deliver to every single new address. Congress has also imposed substantial burdens on the Postal Service that have nothing to do with providing universal service. The Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act of 2006 required the Postal Service to fully pre-fund its liabilities for retiree health care costs, a requirement that no other federal agency or private sector company faces. These liabilities, together with unfunded pension liabilities, currently amount to about $125 billion, which is almost double the agency's annual revenues. Since 2006, the Postal Service has instituted many cost-saving measures, including the following: cutting 200,000 positions through attrition, cutting work hours by 331 million, consolidating more than 360 facilities and 20,000 delivery routes, and changing retail operation hours in approximately 13,000 post offices to match customer demand, and reducing the number of administrative areas and districts. And let me say this, that I've said it to their faces, I said it behind their backs. I think the unions have bent over backwards trying to work with the Postal Service and have done, I mean, of all the committees I've sat on and dealt with, I think here we have a genuine effort by unions to understand what's going on, to make sure that they do right by their members, and at the same time make sure that we have a viable and strong postal system, and I want to thank them. The Postal Service reports that these initiatives have saved the agency some $15 billion a year. However, there are significant legal restrictions that limit the Postal Service's ability to cut costs and introduce new products to counteract its deteriorating financial condition. As a result, despite its diligent efforts, the Postal Service has reported a net loss of $5.1 billion for fiscal year 2015, its ninth consecutive year of losses. The Postal Service projects $5.9 billion in net losses for fiscal year 2016. Only Congress can modify the nature and the structure of the funding obligations imposed by statute on the Postal Service's health care and pension programs. Of course, these problems are not new, and we have gone far down the road of developing reform legislation in previous Congresses. But Congress has been unable to reach a final bill. The time now is to act. And so I want to, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your commitment to working on a bipartisan basis, and it truly has been bipartisan with me and other colleagues to develop a realistic reform proposal. I'm encouraged by our discussions and hopeful that we will be able to help put the Postal Service on a viable and sustainable path. I believe that any postal reform legislation that this committee considers should do the following. As I close, alleviate the burdensome requirement for pre-funding retiree health benefits, allow the Postal Service to have separate postal-only health plans that integrate fully with Medicare, allow the Postal Service to offer non-postal financial services such as post office to post office money orders and certain types of gift cards, and require the Postal Service to create a new Chief Innovation Officer charged with developing new innovative products as any other business. And so we need to work together to address the problems facing the Postal Service. We need to treat the employees of the Postal Service fairly and compassionately. Waiting until the Postal Service runs out of cash is simply not an option. The Postal Service is an institution on which all Americans rely. And finally, I want to thank Mr. Connolly and Mr. Lynch for their hard work on this effort. We've met many times trying to get through this, and we will. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we simply cannot fail. We simply cannot kick the can down the road. The time to act is now, and I do believe that we are well on the road to accomplishing that. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I think it's important to note the good work that Mr. Meadows, North Carolina, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Conley have put into this, and I concur with my colleague, Mr. Cummings, that if we're going to do this and actually pass it all the way to the President's desk, it does need to be a bipartisan bill, and that's the goal and that's the intention. I'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who'd like to submit a written statement, but we'd like to recognize our witnesses here today. We're honored to have the Postmaster General of the United States Postal Service, Ms. Megan Brennan. We have the Honorable Robert Taub, Acting Chairman of the United States Postal Regulatory Commission. We have Ms. Lori Rictanis, who is the Director of Physical Infrastructure Issues at the United States Government Accountability Office, Ms. Jessica Lawrence, Executive Vice President of the Association for Postal Commerce, and Mr. Frederick Rolando, President of the National Association of Letter Carriers. We welcome you all and thank you for being here. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. If you will please rise and raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. In order to allow time for discussion, we would appreciate it if you would limit your oral comments to no more than 5 minutes. Your entire written statement will be made part of the record. We thank you for your participation. We'll now recognize the Postmaster General for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee. Thank you, Chairman Chaffetz, for calling this hearing. I'm proud to be here today on behalf of the dedicated men and women of the United States Postal Service who work hard every day to serve the American public. The Postal Service currently operates with a business model that is unsustainable. In the past decade, total mail volume declined by 28%, and first-class mail, our most profitable product, has declined by 35%. To put this in perspective, the annual value of the revenue lost as a result of this volume decline is $21 billion per year. Nevertheless, the Postal Service is required to maintain an extensive network necessary to process and deliver the mail to every address 6 days a week. The cost of that network is largely fixed or growing, regardless of volume. However, less volume and limited pricing flexibility means that there is less revenue to pay for that network and fund other costs imposed upon us by law. We continue to make difficult but necessary decisions within the constraints of our business model to adapt to a rapidly changing marketplace. We have streamlined our operations, restructured our networks, and improved productivity for 6 consecutive years. As a result of these efforts, we've achieved annual cost savings of nearly $15 billion. We have also been successful in stabilizing marketing mail revenues and growing our package delivery business, which together enable America's e-commerce. However, all of these actions cannot offset the negative impacts caused by the continued decline in the use of first-class mail. Since 2012, the Postal Service has been forced to default on more than $28 billion in mandated payments to the Treasury for retiree health benefits. Without these defaults, the deferral of capital investments and aggressive management actions, we would not have been able to pay our employees, our suppliers, or to deliver the mail. Without legislative and regulatory reform, our net losses will continue to grow, regardless of our ongoing efforts to grow revenue and improve operational efficiencies. If allowed to continue, this will have a devastating impact on the future of the organization and the customers we serve. Mr. Chairman, we need legislation now. Over the past year, we have been working with postal stakeholders to identify key reforms capable of achieving broad support and which would return the Postal Service to financial stability. The legislation we are seeking reflects the results of these discussions and includes the following 4 provisions. Require full Medicare integration for postal retiree health plans. Restore our exigent price increase for market-dominant products. Calculate all retirement benefit liabilities using postal-specific salary growth and demographic assumptions, and provide additional product flexibility. By enacting legislation that includes these provisions, the Postal Service can achieve an estimated $32 billion in combined cost reductions and new revenue over the next 5 years. Enactment of these provisions, favorable changes to our rate-setting system by the Postal Regulatory Commission, and our aggressive efficiency and revenue initiatives will return the Postal Service to financial stability. Medicare integration is the most important of the legislative provisions we recommend. As the second largest contributor to Medicare, our proposal allows the Postal Service and our employees to fully utilize the benefits for which we have already paid. By requiring full Medicare integration for Postal Service retirees, we will essentially eliminate the current unfunded liability for retiree health benefits. We are also seeking to restore the exigent rate increase as a permanent part of our rate base. In April, the Postal Service was required by the PRC to eliminate the exigent surcharge and to reduce our prices. This will reduce our revenues this year by $1 billion and by approximately $2 billion annually, further worsening our financial condition. Reinstating the exigent surcharge is critical to the Postal Service's financial stability. Mr. Chairman, our financial challenges are serious but solvable. The proposals we are advancing today are fiscally responsible. They enable the Postal Service to invest in the future and to continue to provide affordable and reliable delivery service. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with this committee and our stakeholders to restore the financial health of the United States Postal Service. This concludes my remarks. I welcome any questions that you and the committee may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman Taub, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, good morning. I'll hit a few key points of the committee's very detailed written testimony. In 2015, the Postal Service had a total net loss of $5.1 billion, which is an improvement from 2014. However, this is the 9th consecutive net loss since 2007 and has increased the cumulative net deficit since then to $56.8 billion. These continuing losses have negatively impacted liquidity, requiring the Postal Service to use all of its $15 billion statutory borrowing capacity and causing total liabilities to far exceed total assets by $50.4 billion. In the past 5 years, the Postal Service has not made any of the required pre-funding payments to the Retiree Health Benefit Fund. This accruing non-payment into the fund has skewed the Postal Service's current liabilities in relation to its assets. To reduce its debt ratio to historic averages, the Postal Service would have to significantly increase its current cash position or investments in capital assets and reduce its obligations to the Retiree Health Benefit Fund. Low liquidity levels in recent years have impeded the Postal Service's ability to make capital investments in infrastructure. It now operates an aging vehicle fleet, increasing the need and consequently the cost for maintenance and repair. Also unmet is the need to invest in sorting and handling equipment to fully capitalize on business opportunities in the growing package delivery markets. Total mail volume in 2015 dropped to levels not seen in more than 27 years, and the Postal Service anticipates further reductions in total volumes for 2016. The continuous decline in first-class mail seriously jeopardizes the Postal Service's ability to cover its fixed overhead costs. Recent increases in revenues and subsequent higher liquidity are largely due to the temporary market-dominant product exigent surcharge. The additional revenue from competitive products, which are mainly parcels, is not sufficient to offset the future revenue loss resulting from the termination of the exigent surcharge, which was removed April 10th. In order to maintain the operating net income it is currently achieving, the Postal Service would have to make up the loss of that revenue, which is approximately $2.1 billion annually. With the growing liability of retiree health benefits, the inability to borrow for needed capital investments, and the continued loss of high-margin first-class mail revenues, the important task of improving the financial condition of the Postal Service is daunting. Despite the financial news, there is still strength in the system. The Postal Service is the one government agency that touches every American on a daily basis. It is an organization that literally serves 155 million American households and businesses on a typical day. It facilitates trillions of dollars in commerce. The fundamental problem is that the Postal Service cannot currently generate sufficient funds to cover its mandated expenses and also invest in critically deferred capital needs. Where can we look for answers? I would argue the starting point is to look at ourselves. What do we as a nation need from a postal and delivery system, and what is its cost? What exactly is universal mail service in the United States? The Commission has determined that, unlike other countries, the Universal Service Obligation, or USO, in the United States is largely undefined and instead is comprised of a broad set of policy statements with only a few legislative prescriptions. The Commission estimates the cost of providing universal service to be more than $4 billion annually. When assessing the current state of the Postal Service, policymakers should look at this fundamental issue and decide exactly what we as a nation need from the Postal Service and, most importantly, how those expectations are to be funded. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, thank you for holding this hearing today and shining a spotlight on this critical part of our nation's infrastructure. I know you deeply appreciate the importance of these issues. There are no easy answers, but answer we must. And the Commission stands ready to help you in the search for solutions. On behalf of all 4 commissioners and the entire hardworking agency staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Taub. We now recognize Ms. Rectanis, the GAO. Did I pronounce your name properly?
Yes, you
Okay.
did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here today to discuss the Postal Service's financial challenges. The Postal Service is a critical part of the nation's communication system, but its financial situation is dire. We placed the Postal Service on our high-risk list in 2009, where it remains today. Today, I will discuss the factors affecting the Postal Service's deteriorating financial condition, the status of unfunded liabilities, and choices Congress faces to address these financial challenges. The Postal Service's financial struggles are well documented. Beginning in 2007, expenses began consistently outgrowing revenues, and it has lost over $56 billion since then. This situation is primarily caused by a decline in mail volume, particularly in profitable first-class mail, commensurate with an increase in expenses, largely because of salary increases. Increases in compensation and benefits alone will add over $1 billion in additional costs in fiscal year 2016. The gap between revenue and costs continues despite the significant efficiency initiatives undertaken by the Postal Service. Regarding unfunded liabilities and costs, they are a large and growing burden on the Postal Service. At the end of fiscal year 2015, the Postal Service had about $125 billion in unfunded liabilities and outstanding debt, which accounted for 182% of its revenues. Retiree health benefits account for $55 billion of the unfunded liability, due in part because the Postal Service stopped making required payments in 2011 and does not expect to make the required 2016 payment. Given this history and future events, it is not likely that the Postal Service will be able to make its required retiree health and pension payments in the near future. Beginning in fiscal year 2017, the Postal Service will be required to start making annual payments for health benefits on top of annual pension payments. Using available data, we determined these payments could total about $11 billion. Although this is less than what was required in fiscal year 2015, it is about $4.6 billion more than what the Postal Service paid that year. And the expiration of the temporary rate surcharge and the lack of major cost savings initiatives will further stress the Postal Service's ability to make these payments. Having large unfunded liabilities for postal retiree health and pension benefits places taxpayers, employees, retirees, and the Postal Service itself at risk. If the Postal Service does not adequately fund these benefits and Congress wanted these benefits to continue, the Treasury, and hence the taxpayer, may need to step in. Alternatively, unfunded benefits could lead to pressure for reductions in benefits or pay. For the Postal Service, unfunded benefits endanger its future viability by saddling it with bills later after employees have already retired. Postal Service actions alone under its existing authority are insufficient to achieve financial solvency. Comprehensive legislation is needed. In doing this, Congress faces several difficult decisions and trade-offs in key areas. First, what is the level of postal services needed in the 21st century, and what are we willing to pay for those services? Given how communication is changing, Congress could consider what postal services should be provided on a universal basis and the best way to provide those services. Second, what is the appropriate level of compensation and benefits that should be paid in an environment of revenue pressures? Congress could consider revising the statutory framework for collective bargaining to ensure that the Postal Service's financial condition is considered in binding arbitration. And third, what is the continued viability of the Postal Service's dual role of providing affordable universal service while remaining self-sufficient? In assessing any alternatives to the current structure, Congress should consider costs that might be transferred from the Postal Service, which is financed by ratepayers, to the federal government, which is funded by taxpayers. In conclusion, we must take a hard look at what level of postal services we need in the future and what we can afford. The status quo is not sustainable. This concludes my prepared statement. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, I would be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Ms. Lawrence, we'll now recognize you for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about postal-related issues facing the mailing industry. The mailing industry provides over 7.5 million jobs and accounts for $1.4 trillion in economic activity. While the mailing industry is a vital part of the nation's economy and surpasses in size both the airline industry and the oil and natural gas industry, it is one that faces significant challenges. Not only are there policies, issues that must be considered, but also economic issues that balance the infrastructural needs of the American economy and the public welfare. Mail is and will remain a vital part of the American economy and the manner in which the nation communicates and does business. Despite all of that has transpired over the last several years, market-dominant mail still consists of over 154 billion pieces, or 97% of the Postal Service's business. The American mail system is a sender-paid service. As volume continues to decline, however, the Postal Service is pressed to find new ways to help lessen its financial burden. From our perspective, there are several fundamental matters that need immediate attention, including the need for predictable, affordable mail services, complete, accurate, and transparent costing of products and services, and reliable, consistent mail service. At the end of this calendar year, the Postal Regulatory Commission, as directed by the PAEA, will be reviewing the current system of rate regulation. Although the Postal Service has expressed displeasure with the price cap, the CPI-based cap has operated substantially as intended to the benefit of all postal customers, Postal Service, and the general public. For business customers, the cap provides customers with an assurance of postal rate stability and predictability, which is key to the decision as to whether to continue to invest in mail as a business communication and commercial vehicle. For the years it has been in effect, this inflation-based price cap has served as an effective restraint against abuse of the Postal Service's monopoly power. The Postal Service has been required to focus more costly on the elimination of postal waste and inefficiencies in a manner that would not have happened in the absence of the cap. Unfortunately, there are obligations such as the pre-funding mandate and the non-participation of postal retirees in Medicare that has made operating under such a cap a challenge. The need for costing transparency has never been so apparent as it is today. The mailing industry has consistently called for greater clarity and transparency in the reporting of postal costs. This lack of transparency has resulted in other Postal Service decisions that have imposed additional cost on mailers without creating corresponding efficiencies in the postal network. The Postal Service, its customers, and the Postal Regulatory Commission would benefit greatly by an upgrading of postal costs and modeling systems. The Postal Service should move without dispatch to an informed visibility-based system. This would enable costs to be tracked in an automated fashion, similar to how it tracks service performance throughout the nation. For business customers, the quality of mail delivery is a key component of the value of mail. Timeliness, consistency, and reliability are extremely important to these users and recipients of the mail. The Postal Service's inability to provide consistent and reliable service is causing many enterprises to look to other means as their preferred method for communicating and doing business. Legislative reform is just one of the many tools that will need to be leveraged in order for the Postal Service to become and remain fiscally viable. At the very least, mailers urge Congress to address those issues that are solely within its power to do so. 1, fix the mandated pre-funding requirement, and 2, allow for fuller postal employee participation in Medicare. With the upcoming 10-year review of the current rate regulation system, mailers need an accurate accounting and understanding of the costs of the products and services they receive from the Postal Service. The Commission should not be required to judge the performance of the existing system on the basis of data that are inadequate for sound decision-making. It is imperative that the Postal Service be directed to use the many data-driven tools, such as the Intelligent Mail Barcode and Informed Visibility, to supply the data the Commission so sorely needs to make informed decisions about the current system of rate regulation and how to move forward in its review. At the end of the day, the mailers need reliable, consistent mail service and affordable, predictable prices in order to continue to invest in mail for business communication and commerce. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and the members of the committee. This concludes my prepared statement. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rolando, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Chaffetz and Ranking Member Cummings and members of the committee for inviting me to testify today. You've asked me to focus on the urgent need for postal reform legislation and the provisions that we believe are necessary. I'm pleased to do that today, but before I do, it's important that we take a moment to recognize the current reality of the Postal Service. It is no longer 2009 when the Great Recession sent mail volume plummeting and the pre-funding mandate crushed the Postal Service's finances, raising doubts in some quarters about the viability of the agency. Postal employees never doubted the viability of the Postal Service, but we worked hard to help the service to adapt and survive as it shed more than 200,000 jobs, and we boosted productivity dramatically. The Postal Service has returned to operational profitability, now earning $4.4 billion over the past 2.5 years. Our pension funds are healthy and better funded at 92% than most private sector pensions, and we have set aside some $50 billion for retiree health when most large private companies have not set aside a dime. Thanks to the growth of direct mail and booming e-commerce, total mail volume recovered and stabilized in 2015, increasing the Postal Service's revenue to $69 billion. There's no question that the Postal Service remains a vital part of the nation's economic infrastructure. In 2015, we delivered more than 150 billion letters, magazines, and packages, 6 and even 7 days a week. The Postal Service's revenue is just a small part of the $1.4 trillion of GDP accounted for by the U.S. mailing industry, which now employs 7.5 million Americans. With an 84% approval rating for the American people, we believe the Postal Service can thrive in the 21st century with the right public policies. Now is not the time to weaken this treasured agency through service and delivery reductions, especially those that have failed to attract congressional support in the past. Instead, this committee should offer sensible and targeted reforms that will provide financial stability and allow the Postal Service to innovate. Specifically, it should address 3 specific legislative and regulatory burdens that severely hinder the Postal Service. First, the Postal Service is required to massively fund future retiree health premiums decades in advance, regardless of financial conditions facing the agency or the country. No other public or private enterprise in America faces such a mandate, and most firms don't pre-fund at all. This mandate by itself accounts for nearly 90% of all reported losses since 2007. NELC has suggested numerous ways to address the pre-funding mandate over the years. As part of an overall reform effort that does not weaken our networks or diminish services to the public, we support reforms to the FEHBP program to maximize participation in Medicare among eligible postal retirees. This would almost eliminate the $50 billion unfunded liability for future retiree health, while raising Medicare spending by less than 0.2% annually. Given that the Postal Service and its employees have contributed $29 billion to Medicare, this approach is fair and appropriate. Second, Congress should consider the policy that requires 100% of postal retirement funds be invested in low-yielding Treasury bonds. Together, the Civil Service and FERS postal pension accounts, along with the Postal Retiree Health Fund, hold nearly $350 billion in Treasury securities. That makes the Postal Service and its employees the 3rd largest creditors of the U.S. federal government, just behind China and Japan. No other company in America would invest its retirement assets in such an unsophisticated way, especially during a period when Treasuries are yielding 2 to 4% annually. Starting with the Retiree Health Fund, we should apply private sector best practice by investing in well-diversified portfolios of private stocks, bonds, and real estate, as well as government bonds. Current policy forces the mailing industry to give Uncle Sam a low-cost loan instead of sensibly investing to cover future health care liabilities. It makes no financial sense to invest in assets that yield less than the rising cost of care. My submitted testimony makes the case for prudent investment change, addresses common objections to it, and explains how several independent agencies invest successfully in private securities. By changing the investment policy, Congress could raise the long-term rate of return on the assets, reduce the burden of pre-funding, offset the cost of postal Medicare integration, relieve upward pressure on postal rates, and reduce the misguided impulse to slash service. Third, in my full testimony, I address the postage rate making process, which the PRC will formally review in 2017. There's a remarkable degree of stakeholder consensus about the principles of successful postal reform. All 4 postal unions, the Postal Service, and a wide range of companies and postal trade associations have agreed on reform principles for your consideration. And these principles were outlined in a letter sent to the Chairman yesterday. And it urged legislation that would mandate postal-specific assumption, satisfy, not eliminate, satisfy the pre-funding burden by reforming FEBA to maximize Medicare participation, invest the retiree health fund sensibly, permit the Postal Service to provide non-postal products in limited circumstances, and adjust the market-dominant rate base to ensure adequate revenue through the PRC review if necessary. Our coalition's recommendations are grounded in common sense and best practice. They represent the measures on which we could agree while remaining confident that they would stabilize the Postal Service while allowing it to innovate to meet the evolving needs of our country. NELC and our sister postal unions remain committed to helping this committee find a fair and equitable path forward that does not damage our network of universal and affordable service or the employees that make that network special. Thank you very much again for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you all. We'll now start by recognizing the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. General Brennan, I have an article here that from the Los Angeles Times that says after peaking in 2006, total mail handled by the Postal Service has declined 27%. Is that fairly accurate, and is mail volume still slowly declining? All right. And have you taken, do you feel like you've taken every step you can do thus far to adjust to that decline?
Congressman Duncan, you're correct in terms of the decline in total mail volume. The challenge for us is the continued decline, particularly in first-class mail, which pays the bills, defines our network requirements, hence our actions to right-size the infrastructure and take costs out of the system. There are still opportunities, but I think as noted, we've reduced our annual cost base by $15 billion.
I'll tell you a little story. About 4 years ago, they had an article about me and my dad in the Knoxville News-Sentinel, and I got the nicest handwritten letter from Peyton Manning about that article. He said he could tell from that article I had the same kind of relationship with my dad that he has with his dad. Well, 2 or 3 months later, my chief of staff saw Peyton Manning one night, and he told him how much I appreciated that, and he said Peyton Manning told him that his mother told him once that if you want to really make an impression on people nowadays, send them a handwritten note or letter. Maybe you should try to get more people to follow the Peyton Manning method of impressing people, because it made a big impression on me, I can tell you.
I would agree with that.
Maybe you should get him to do an ad for you or something. Let me ask you this, would it make any difference, or how much of a difference would it make if you went to 5-day-a-week service?
We've spent the better part of the past year, Congressman, on trying to build consensus with key stakeholders. A narrower group of provisions, high value, that would generate more than $32 billion in cost reductions and savings over the next 5 years. The reality is, in my discussions with public officials, members of this committee, there's no congressional consensus for moving to 5-day delivery. Right. The Postal Service is looking at how do we leverage our infrastructure, which is an asset, how do we grow profitable revenue, how do we look to fill the mailbox and fill the truck. That's what we're focused on.
Many companies in the private sector that had pension plans that they saw they couldn't afford anymore, they stopped giving those pensions to their new hires. Have you considered doing something like that, reducing the pension benefits for new hires? And would that make any difference?
Congressman Duncan, I would say that we have a plan forward. There is a way to resolve these legacy costs and these liabilities, and that's by permitting the Postal Service to integrate with Medicare. It's universal practice. Our employees, as noted by the chairman and the ranking member, have paid more than $29 billion in Medicare taxes, and we should benefit from that opportunity. There is a way forward without looking at diminishing benefits to either current or future employees.
Ms. Rectanis, when you looked at this, these figures are so staggering. I saw some figure that 56 billion in total losses over the last several years or something. What did you find, or what do you consider to be the most troubling aspect of the entire financial condition of the Postal Service? What's the worst problem or the biggest problem?
Fundamentally, what we have found is the Postal Service's business model that relies on revenue to cover its costs is no longer working. Certainly, the unfunded liabilities, particularly the RHB, have contributed to that, but there is a broader problem, and that is the fundamental business model of mail volume that the Postal Service has been using isn't working anymore. And to their credit, they have been trying to right-size their network and make changes, but what we would argue is it's even beyond the unfunded liabilities. Even if you take those out, the ability of the Postal Service to raise its, to reduce its costs to align with the revenue, they just don't have the ability to do that right now without comprehensive reform. As one example, their controllable income, which is what they talk about, the income before they account for their unfunded liabilities, in fiscal 15 was less than it was in fiscal 14, even though in fiscal 15 they had the exigent for the full year. And that's just an example of even when there is an influx of money, the operating costs are still growing such that it's harder and harder for them to get ahead of their costs.
Well, the unfunded liabilities problem is a problem for the entire federal government. It's more than just the Postal Service. It's staggering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now recognize Mr. Cummings for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. The Postal Service has come up with methods to save some $15 billion per year. Is that right, Ms. Brennan?
That's correct, Congressman Cummings.
And I've always been concerned about making sure that we save as much money as possible, but at the same time, was hoping that we could find ways to bring in more money. So, Ms. Rectanis and Mr. Taub, do you agree that in order to be financially viable in the long term, it's important for the Postal Service to develop innovative products and services?
We do support the Postal Service's continued ability to be innovative and develop products and resources that people need. The challenge that you run is trying to find that sweet spot between areas in which the Postal Service will be profitable, since they can't afford to lose money, but you don't want them to be able to compete unfairly because of their unique status, or conversely lose money because of their unique status.
And so you end up in a no spot.
We believe,
it's kind of hard. On the one hand, we want them to be able to bring in more money, but then we tie their hands and shackle their feet and say, we don't want you to do this and don't want you to do that. So what do you recommend that they do? I mean, what would you, Mr. Taub, you certainly are, you're anxious to join in on this. So I'd like to hear what you all have to say, because it becomes very frustrating for the Postal Service and for us. So I'm just wondering what you see there.
Yeah, again, this is a cost and revenue issue. I would say the first...
Let's assume, I'm talking about things that are going to be profitable. I don't want anything that's not profitable. And I think Ms. Brennan that doesn't even make sense. So let's take that off the table.
Right.
We're talking about profitable things. Let's go from there.
Yeah, the 2006 law took a very hard line in saying the Postal Service could only offer what are defined as postal products, what you can think of as traditionally hard copy delivery letters, packages. So clearly the law would need to open that aperture if you're going to move beyond that. The Postal Regulatory Commission in 2011, in a report to Congress and the President, laid out a variety of recommendations. One of them was to suggest that if that aperture would to be open, the Commission now has this experience as the regulator to call balls and strikes and ensure fair competition issues ensure that cost coverage is there. I would note, though, as I indicated in my opening statement, that this also is part of that larger question of what is it that the United States Postal Service should do as a government institution. And I think that's an important understanding. What are the boundaries as opposed to simply looking for revenue opportunities that may not be in their core competency. But if the financial issue, if that fire on the house can be put out, and we can start rebuilding it and look in that holistic way.
Now, Postmaster General, you've been in this position for a little while now, and I'm just wondering, talk about what you all have been trying to do, and how that's worked out, and what with a more perfect situation, what you like to be able to do.
Yes.
In that regard.
Yes. If I may just say, sir, we are innovating at the core in the mail by giving mail a digital reflection to stabilize it and look to grow advertising mail. In the package arena, we've partnered with large e-commerce retailers to customize delivery solutions, same day, next day, Sunday delivery of other products, groceries as an example. And I think as Commissioner Taub mentioned, it's innovating for us at the core. Our core competency is delivery. How do we leverage that delivery network? We've partnered with other government agencies to do in-person proofing. We did a pilot test in Arizona to onboard census workers. We think there's some opportunity for us in the future with other government agencies to do ID verification, whether it's at a local retail or on the doorstep with the enhanced technology we have embedded in our mobile delivery devices.
I visited the Amazon plant. As a matter of fact, the chairman and I went in Maryland, and it was amazing to hear them talk about the last mile and how much they couldn't do their job unless the Postal Service was a part of it. How much is that helping you?
Very much.
Financially?
I would say this, the growth in package volume, Congressman Cummings, over the past year, or past 5 years off-site, 49% growth in package volume. More than 1.5 billion more packages in the system. The Postal Service now delivers roughly 30% of all packages in the country. Credit to President Rolando and President Dwyer of the National Rural Letter Carriers Association, who worked with us to enable us to have greater flexibility with the workforce to be responsive to the customer requirements of an Amazon and others that we're working with.
And do you see, what do you see, what do you project in the future with regard to that? Do you see more an expansion of that? It seems like this online shopping, I literally go to, to the mall myself, but apparently that's old-fashioned now. But so do you see that expanding more?
Yes, Congressman Cummings.
Not my thing. I'm talking about the
absolutely
online.
no. Hyper growth. But the challenge is it's a very competitive delivery space. We compete for customers every day. It's the value proposition, competitive pricing, the transit time performance, and certainly visibility. And the Postal Service has made investments in all of those components to ensure we improve our competitive standing. We need to recognize that while our strength is last mile delivery, we're challenged there. The so-called Uberization of package delivery, it's a very competitive space. So we recognize we've got to compete for that business. The challenge, though, ultimately for us, the package growth alone won't offset the losses in first-class volume, hence the need to address the legacy costs, specifically looking at Medicare integration as the cornerstone of our legislative ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farenthold, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to follow up on a couple of things that the ranking member talked about, Ms. Brennan. You used the phrase, give mail a digital reflection. What does that mean?
Yes, Congressman. We created a catalog called Irresistible Mail that embeds in the catalog new technologies well beyond QR codes to include augmented reality, near-field communication. So you open that catalog, it comes to life. So making it more creative and making it more relevant to the end consumer.
Okay, super. And I think you also touched on the amount of work that you guys do for Amazon, and I think that's a great revenue opportunity, but I'm afraid it's a short-term problem. I imagine there are a lot of people who spend their day at Amazon looking for ways to deliver packages faster and more efficiently. For instance, here in Washington, D.C., I've got about an hour and 5 minutes to order something that will be waiting for me when I get home tonight. And that isn't y'all that are doing the last mile delivery on that. I work in the Transportation Committee. Amazon is talking about developing drones to deliver packages. One day, in the not too distant future, they're going to say bye-bye to you guys. And how are y'all preparing for that? I mean, you're saying they're 41% of your package volume.
No, Congressman, I would say this, as I noted, it is a very competitive delivery space. So we've got to compete for that business. The term co-opetition exists, whether it's with Amazon, who's a valuable customer as well as business partner, or UPS and FedEx, who are traditional competitors, also business partners for us. So again, it comes down to delivering the best value, and that includes service and price.
And let's talk about service and price for a second. I live in Corpus Christi, Texas, and we were the unfortunate victims of a consolidation of a mail processing center. So now, instead of mailing something to my neighbor across the street and having it processed in Corpus Christi and delivered the next day, it's trucked to San Antonio, processed, and maybe delivered in 3 days at the same price. At some point, you know, companies like Amazon want it there quicker. As you cut the quality of your service, especially on your lead program or your lead product, first-class mail, it starts to become less valuable and makes email look like a better alternative.
Congressman, the consolidation was in response to that decline in single-piece first-class mail, which is down more than 35% over the last decade. The service standard change and consolidation did not impact the delivery of packages, which is the growth product. And we did the responsible thing, which was right-size the infrastructure, address the latent capacity, and look at how to better utilize our assets. Now, service is foundational, and it is key to growth. We recognize that.
And so we also spent a little bit of time talking about some of the, and I think almost everybody on the panel had a wish list of postal reforms that would make things better. Obviously, shifting people to Medicare, where it's a taxpayer responsibility instead of a postal responsibility, makes sense, and it's probably fair, even though I hate to see even a, what is it, 0.2% increase in the Medicare cost. It's so big anyway. We're talking a lot of dollars. But we also, postal reform that's been talked about in past Congress has included other things, things like cluster boxes, curbside mail instead of delivery to the door, and no junk mail on Saturdays, but maybe the higher revenue packages and the like. Why aren't we still talking about those?
Why are we still or not?
Or why are we not talking about those? Why did they make sense a year ago, yet nobody is bringing them up today?
Again, Congressman, my approach in the past year was to try to build consensus around provisions, high value, likely to generate broad support.
Well, so there's something about, it would be difficult for, we'll take my family, for example. If we don't have the money to do anything, it's hard to generate consensus about not taking a vacation. But we're not taking a vacation because we don't have the money. I mean, that's just an example. So at some point, you're going to have to make, I think, some hard choices. And you're not going to walk away with everyone happy. And I think that's what we were elected to do here in Congress, not just with the Postal Service, but on a government-wide basis, and say, okay, we can't afford that. So let's pick the stuff that's important and to pick the stuff that'll work and make those hard decisions.
Congressman, we have made the hard decisions. You just noted one, the consolidations. The accelerated pace with which we ran was because of our dire financial situation.
Y'all have stopped the consolidations now and are looking at other things. A report says there are going to be no more consolidations this year. Is that?
Congressman, we deferred the consolidations until we stabilized the network because service is our mission, and service was not where it needed to be. It has since improved, and we're showing positive trends in that regard. I would offer your comment about mode conversion, cluster boxes, for all new delivery, Based on the delivery characteristics of that environment, we either affect delivery through box on post or centralized delivery. And of the more than 900,000 new possible deliveries that we added last year, over 70% were centralized or box on post. So we're making the right business decisions.
All right, I see I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Mr. Cummings and Mr. Conley and Mr. Meadows for all their work. We've done a lot of work on the side here to try to coordinate our efforts up here. And I'm very pleased to see that the same thing is happening down there. I mean, we have the Postmaster General, along with the National Association of Letter Carriers, rural letter carriers, mail handlers, the clerks, supervisors, and then the PRC, as well as the mailing community and the GAO, Inspector Generals, everybody on the same page. And so it just it troubles me that we can't move this ball forward. I do want to focus on one key aspect of this, and that is the coordination of benefits between the FEHBP, I hate these acronyms, but the Federal Employee Health Benefit Plan, and Medicare. So, Postmaster General Brennan, the situation we have right now, as has been noted by the chairman, and the chairman deserves a lot of credit because he's really been the one that's brought us all together with the ranking member and had us all working together, and it has been completely bipartisan and really we do a lot of work up here, and this effort has been really bipartisan. But the way this works right now, the Postal Service is the second largest contributor to Medicare, and the largest. And as the chairman and the ranking member noted, your people, the postal employees, paid in $29 billion so far to Medicare, and the largest group is DOD, I believe. And they have a TRICARE wraparound with Medicare, and they're the largest. But they require, when folks come out of the military and go on benefits, they're required to use Medicare as their primary insurer. So that's a good way to reduce their costs, and we don't do that at the Postal Service. We have about 25% of our employees that are relying solely on FEHBP and are not using, as they could, because they've paid in, they're not using Medicare as their primary insurer. This, in fact, would, and I think President Rolando mentioned this in his testimony, it would basically eliminate, out of that $50 billion in unfunded liability, it would just about eliminate all of it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. The only, and I've been listening closely, you know, because you got different groups out there, the only criticism that I have heard so far is that postal employees who pay into Medicare might actually use it. That's the only criticism I have heard, that people who pay into Medicare will use it. And some people see that as a negative. But I think it's entirely fair and reasonable to expect that people who paid in $29 billion might actually use some of those benefits. So I really don't see that as a realistic criticism. The second opportunity in this, and you've done a great job with this proposal, and I think it ought to be adopted, and we ought to move this as quickly as possible in the form of legislation. Move this forward. I really do think, and I realize we can't fix everything, but just because you can't fix everything doesn't mean you shouldn't fix something. And we can help. We can help up here with a major piece of legislation here. We can help the post office immediately. We got other problems we'll have to deal with, but that's for another day. The other thing I think that might be done quickly is, President Rolando, you mentioned the corpus of our Health Benefit Trust Fund. And right now, we are required, I believe, to hold that in treasuries, which for the past few years has been dismal in terms of what it returns to the fund. And I know part of the proposal suggests that maybe 50% of that fund might be managed by a commission. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yes. What we were talking about doing is having a board that would govern this, that could invest 50% up to 75% in something like the Thrift Savings Plan life cycle funds.
Okay.
We looked at the period going back to 2007, where we were earning, I don't know, somewhere about 4% with Treasury securities. Had it been invested in a life cycle fund, and again, keep in mind this would have been through the worst recession in 80 years, we would have earned somewhere about 7%, which would have raised the fund another $10 billion, just as an example.
Okay. All right. I think we have to be careful with that, but I think that's a reasonable compromise. Okay. I think my time has expired, and I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. And I appreciate your, Mr. Lynch's work and passion on this issue, and look forward to continuing to work with him on it. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank each of you. As we enter into this, I want to start out, Mr. Taw, by saying thank you for your work. It was good to visit with the PRC and all the dedicated employees that work there. Mr. Rolando, I want to just say I know I was not on your Christmas card list. I do appreciate the fact that you have been willing to work with me in an open-minded way. That was your commitment to me, my commitment to you, and I want to thank you. Ms. Brennan, thank you so much for being here. Obviously, as we look at this, this is a interesting time, and so for all the postal workers, I just want to say thank you. I've been a secret shopper, because as you know, I'm not shy about my criticism either. And so in Spruce Pine just the other day, I went into a place. Actually, I sent my wife in because now I start to get recognized in some of these places. And the service that Debbie Calloway gave my wife was nothing less than spectacular. And she didn't know who she was, and we went in. And so I went back in to thank her for her service. And that's what we need to do in terms of service standards. As a fiscal conservative, one of the things that you're asking me to do is get rid of a pre-funding requirement that was probably part of a previous deal, and so why should I do that? Make a very short, compelling case on why I should do that.
First, I would say, Congressman Meadows, it's the right thing to do to ensure that our pensions and the retiree health benefits is funded. It was the accelerated pace of that funding that created a large part of the challenge. But now we're beyond that come this fall. The issue now is it's a system that is unaffordable for us. And again, going back to we've paid more than $29 billion into the fund. Our employees should benefit.
All right, so you're saying that you paid $29 billion, we ought to do that. So I'm willing to take the leap. Now, we've heard all kinds of different testimony. That doesn't get us where we need to go, does it?
In and of itself, it's not enough.
It's about $3 billion of a $5 billion deficit. So we need some other areas. We can't make it up in volume because part of what is concerning me is that it indicates that we're just going to raise rates, that this is a revenue problem. And at $69 billion, it's not just a revenue problem, it's a management problem. So how do we take this without raising rates as being the ultimate answer and really fundamentally reform it and make it work? Are you in support of safe and secure delivery, through cluster box? Is that something that you would support wholeheartedly?
Depending on the characteristics of the delivery environment, yes, we currently do affect delivery to cluster boxes.
Would you support expanding that in a meaningful way, grandfathering, understand that we may have to grandfather a lot, but what we've been discussing is really looking at safe and secure delivery, which you may get some pushback from Mr. Rolando and some of those on that side. Let's recognize that, but we've all got to come together to figure this out. Are you supportive of that, yes or no?
Yes, and sir, if I may, the comment I made earlier about new delivery and based on the delivery characteristics, what we would not recommend is mandatory conversion of existing door delivery, of which we have over 37.5 million businesses and residents.
Well,
get
so
door
let's say
delivery.
if we grandfather some of those in and we start to work, because I've been working with Mr. Lynch in an area that is very different than mine. If we work through that, you're asking me to go ahead with the pre-funding and jump off the cliff. I'm asking you, are you willing to work with us to make sure that we implement safe and secure delivery in a meaningful way?
Yes, and if I may also comment, management has demonstrated a willingness to address operational efficiencies and to reduce costs, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay,
I
so
apologize, if I
I'm-
may. Ms. Rectanis mentioned that we don't have any major cost reductions initiatives planned. We do. We have more than $5 billion in cost reductions embedded into our 5-year plan. And we continue to look at opportunities to drive operating efficiencies. That's our responsibility.
But most of the opportunities we've talked about actually have been with increasing services, and so, or trying to increase a portfolio, whether it's banking or anything else, and that just doesn't hunt. Let me, I've only got a few seconds left, so here's my concern. We're talking about all of this, and we're missing out on service standards. It's the number one thing that I get calls about. Why is my mail not being delivered? Why are we having a problem? And even me, you said, that first-class mail, that is your bread and butter. And this first-class mail actually is all postmarked in December. I got it in April. Now, that is not a funding problem. That is a management problem. And it's not just here. It's not just in my district, because in Peachtree City, we have the same thing where we mailed actually wedding invitations for my son that took 8 weeks to get to another member of Congress. And so what we have to do is put this together and make sure that we have a service standard that doesn't just increase costs, and I'm willing to work in a bipartisan way to do that, but we have to make sure that we do it in a way that serves the best interest of the public. And are you committed to do that?
I am committed, and if you'd give me those envelopes, I will look at that.
I don't want to get somebody fired, but
No,
we just
you
need to.
won't, because, Congressman.
But I'll give them to you. I had about 40 different pieces of mail that came to me that had the same problem. I'll yield back.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Now,
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note, now I know why my wedding invitation wasn't.
You're always invited there, Mr. Conley.
now recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, every time we have a postal hearing, I text my brother because he works for the post office. So I asked him, did he have any questions that he wanted me to ask you? But one thing I wanted to say, as far as the consolidations, I'm glad that you thought enough, even though they might be necessary, to slow it down, because service does come first. And that's some of the things that he's spoken about because of all the closed stations, the long lines, and not enough clerks in the window. So I'm glad that you are still putting service first and taking that into consideration, because people will go other places if they don't feel like they're getting good service. And we definitely want the post office to thrive. Ms. Brennan, one of the elements of the joint postal reform proposal put forward by the Postal Service, the postal unions, and certain elements of the mailing industry is the use of postal-specific demographic assumptions when calculating pension liabilities. The proposal would also require any surplus resulting from those calculations to be used to pay down the Postal Service's debt to the U.S. Treasury. Intuitively, it makes sense to use the demographic and salary growth statistics of the postal workforce when calculating the Postal Service's pension liabilities. What is it about the demographics of the postal workforce compared to those of the government's entire workforce that you believe will result in lower costs?
Specifically, Congresswoman, the salary wage growth. And we estimate over a 5-year period that to be valued at roughly $3.2 billion.
Okay. Has the Postal Service calculated how much in savings would result from the use of postal-specific demographic assumptions?
Roughly $3.2 billion over a 5-year period.
Okay. Ms. Retanas, GAO has done a significant amount of work on postal pension funding issues in recent years. In 2014, the GAO supported the use of the most accurate actuarial assumptions for postal pension liability calculations. Do you agree with Ms. Brennan that the Postal Service should use postal-specific demographics when calculating pension liabilities?
Yes, we support it because if it is the most accurate data, then that should be used to get a better number of what the liability is.
And do you have any views on the amount of the potential savings that may be available if that's used? Do you agree, or do you have different
We have not
thoughts?
done the calculation, so I can't, and we haven't looked at the Postal Service's data, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, thank you. And I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Would the
Yes, I'll
gentlelady
yield. Yeah.
yield? I thank my friend. And I want to thank you all for being here. And I got to say, Postmaster General Brennan, you represent a breath of enormous fresh air. I mean, I want to say publicly how much I appreciate working with you. We have been able to forge a bipartisan coalition, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership in bringing us together to do that. And I share the sentiments of my friend, Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts, and am very hopeful we are going to get postal reform. Not everything, but a big chunk of what we need to be addressing. So thank you. Ms. Brennan, what does it mean for the Postal Service to lose the exigent rate, which expired, I think, in April, right?
Yes, Congressman Conley. This year, we estimate that impact to be up to $1 billion this fiscal year and roughly $2.1 billion going forward, worsening our financial situation.
And Ms. Rectanis, in your testimony, you state Postal Service's financial condition continues to deteriorate, and you attribute that to declining mail volume and growing expenses at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And yet, do you believe that some of the elements of the reform we've been talking about, freeing up the Postal Service to, engage in some other lines of business that may be profitable, like other postal services around the world do? So lifting some of those restrictions, lifting the burden of a unique prepayment requirement, as Mr. Orlando pointed out, unique to the Postal Service. No other federal agency, no other private corporation in America is held to that standard in terms of that prepayment. And it's, whatever it is, $5 billion plus, plus the Medicare reform I think we've been talking about, which I wish Mr. Farenthold was still here. That's not a taxpayer giveaway. Postal workers have paid $29 billion for a service they don't participate in and benefit from yet. Those things, could they turn around that financial description you've offered in your report?
GAO has not taken a position on specific elements in that proposal. However, we have supported appropriate restructuring of the retiree health
If I may,
benefit.
because I'm running out of time, I'm not asking you for your position. I'm asking you for your analysis. If those things were adopted, would your numbers and your prognosis change?
Certainly, they would benefit the Postal Service. What we would not want to see, however, is not an equal focus on cost reduction and right-sizing and trying to get the house in order so that whatever revenue is generated is appropriate and people understand that solutions are trying to be gotten in both areas.
If the Chairman will allow the Postmaster General to comment on that as well, and then I'll be done. I thank the Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Conley. And it relates to the questions from Congressman Meadows. We need the legislative reform, a favorable resolve of the rate-setting process, and management actions need to continue to drive operational efficiencies and grow profitable revenue. All the above would put us on firmer financial footing, have manageable debt, and have the ability to invest.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKelly.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heist, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brennan, how many, I think I heard this, I just want to clarify, how many employees at the Postal Service total?
We have 498,000 career and 136,000 flexible or non-career employees.
Okay. What was the $7.5 million referred to twice? Ms. Lawrence, you and Mr. Rolando both.
That is the entire mailing industry, so it includes private sector as well as the Postal Service.
Okay. So more or less, what, 550,000, 600,000? I didn't tally that.
Yeah, roughly 634,000.
634, okay. And yet we all understand we've got a declining industry as a whole through because of a variety of factors, digital and so forth. Does the Postal Service have too many employees?
We have a requirement, our universal service obligation, to deliver to all 155 million delivery points, 135 million of which are physical delivery points. The other 20 are post office boxes. So that requires an extensive network, and that network includes employees, facilities, vehicles, and equipment.
I understand that, but is it top-heavy? Do we have too many employees?
No, I would say that we consistently look at how to rebalance and where there are opportunities. And if you look at the reduction in overall complement, we've reduced more than 168,000 employees over the last decade.
Okay, so we have 634,000 employees. We have a declining business, but you don't think we have too many employees still?
The challenge, sir, is the workload content associated with package delivery, as an example.
No, I understand that, but that problem is why we have a declining business. The result of a declining business, what would a private company do? If a private company is losing money month after month, year after year, quarter after quarter, what would they do?
What we did, sir, in terms of rationalizing the network, consolidating facilities, adjusting retail hours at post offices to match customer demand, some of the same management actions that I've been recently criticized for.
But we're still losing money. And I'll go on. You said that the goal, you said a few moments ago that your goal is to fill mailboxes and trucks. Is that your strategy to turn this thing around?
Our strategy is far more complex than that, Congressman.
I would hope so.
I was trying to simplify.
Well, but that's what you said was your goal.
You don't want to, you can't cost cut your way to prosperity. There are opportunities for us certainly to drive efficiencies. There are opportunities for us to look at overall operating expense, and we do that every day. But we also need to look at opportunities to grow. There are opportunities to grow. Mail still works. We delivered 154 billion pieces of mail last year, and 150 billion was mail.
But you continue to lose money. That is the issue, and it seems rather unrealistic when you have a declining industry to think that somehow the goal of simply filling mailboxes and trucks is going to be successful in the long run. Ms. Rectanis, you mentioned earlier that the Postal Service has been on high risk since 2009. And you summarized the reason for two basic reasons: less mail and higher salaries. Do you see an opportunity without cutting, be it the workforce or whatever, for the Postal Service to turn this around?
We have proposed that it's really got to be a balancing act between generating revenue and aligning costs. We do believe that there's more right-sizing that the Postal Service can do, and that's addressing where they have excess capacity, but then putting that where they do need capacity. Certainly exploring some of the workforce issues that they have, and Ms. Brennan is right, they've done a great job over the past several years to manage their workforce, but we're starting to see it creep up again in fiscal 15, and looking at the delivery mechanisms. Again, and you need to do that by also looking at the revenue, but you have to look at both of them. And yes, part of it is, what does the mail picture look like today and in the future? And what type of services are going to be required, and how do we want to provide those services, which is what we would like to see through comprehensive postal reform.
Okay, well, let me springboard off of that and come back to you for my final question, Ms. Brennan. What is the Postal Service long-term plan for addressing the declining industry?
Let me first, if I may, Congressman, address your comment earlier about the losses. The majority of the losses are tied to the pre-funding mandate. In terms of our long-term plan, it is addressing infrastructure, how to leverage that, repurpose that to support the growth, address the latent capacity.
Support what growth?
Package growth, sir. We've grown our packages 49% over the past 5 years. We will right-size the infrastructure, as we've been doing with where we need to consolidate with the decline in letter volume. We'll continue to look at every opportunity to improve operating efficiencies. We have a number, as I mentioned, of over $5 billion of cost reductions identified in our 5-year plan.
Thank you. I think it's time for the Postal Service to act as though private business has to act in similar situations of constantly losing money without relying upon the taxpayer. At some point, we've got to change. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence.
The
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Postmaster General Brennan, last October, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service issued a release about mail theft. And it said that these crimes are increasing, and that mail theft from collection boxes and customers' mailboxes is a big problem. It also said in most cases, mail theft from centralized mailbox units involve counterfeit master keys. So I have two questions for you. One is, when you talk about right sizing, are you reducing U.S. Postal Inspection Service members at all, and does that have an effect on mail theft? And second, as you move to more and more cluster boxes, doesn't that also increase mail theft because you just need one master key and then you have access to a whole lot of mailboxes?
To your first question, no, we are not reducing. In fact, we have 2 classes currently in training to increase the postal inspection staffing. And in terms of the theft, particularly as you're aware in your district, Congressman, we've got a postal inspection task force that's working with local authorities and the community and taking some proactive measures to address that. I'd be more than happy to brief you in detail, given the sensitivity of those corrective measures.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Certainly.
Second, in terms of trying to raise revenue, what is your view of postal banking as a way to generate revenue and also serve communities that may not be served as well by banks or may not have a trust of private banks but may trust the post office?
Fundamentally, we're open to any new product and service that would generate profitable revenue. That said, we do provide some banking services now. We provide money orders, electronic money transfers, and cash treasury checks. We would need to look at that through a business prism. Can we execute effectively? Can we grow profitable revenue? And is this a service that is not offered in the public sector?
Okay. We have had a number of difficulties with service in my district. So first point I want to make is when we contact your office, they have been enormously responsive, and they're able to help cases. About 97% of cases get resolved. The problem is we continue to get more and more cases, and now it looks like it's a systemic issue in western LA County. A council member in West LA, his office had not gotten any mail for an entire week. We just checked again, and even when they get mail, it's sort of spotty. So this past Monday and Tuesday, they did not get any mail. We get complaints from Santa Monica and Redondo Beach. And in the city of Beverly Hills, it got so bad that the local newspaper did an entire series on it. So last August, for example, they printed a story saying residents agree Beverly Hills Post Office fails to deliver. Last September, Post Office acknowledges crisis in meeting at Congressman Liu's office. Last December, Beverly Hills Post Office issues continue. And then this January, from Beverly Hills Courier, Beverly Hills Post Office ends year with more customer woes. And with indulgence of the chair, if I could submit these for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I would just like your commitment that you'll work with our office to look into these issues. I'm elevating it because you happen to be here, but also we have tried with the local folks on numerous occasions. And while we'll solve individual cases systemically, they just keep on coming in. I think there needs to be a systemic fix.
Congressman, absolutely. If I may just address Beverly Hills, which I am familiar with specifically, we did make some adjustments in transportation and staffing to improve the performance out of that particular facility. And I'll be glad to talk to you and follow up on the other issues.
Thank you. And then my last point, one of my colleagues said that the Postal Service should be run more like a business. You don't actually set the rates for your products, correct?
Products that generate roughly 76% of our revenue are capped at household inflation.
Right. And in fact, if you actually set your products at market rates, you'd be getting a lot more revenue. Isn't that correct? Potentially.
We have an opportunity in 2017 with the review by the PRC of the rate-making process to look at the present price cap. Is it meeting its objective as outlined in PAEA, which was to ensure that revenues cover our expenses and to ensure the financial stability of the Postal Service? We think there's opportunity there. We think a rigid price cap is fundamentally unsuited in an environment where you have declining workload and fixed or growing infrastructure costs.
My view is if people want the Postal Service to run like a business, they need to give it tools to make it run like a business. Otherwise, they should stop saying that. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel, for being here today. A lot of this to me is about the perceptions trust in the post office as a whole. And just going back and looking at the numbers over the last few years, 2015, 5.1 billion loss, 2014, 5.5 billion, 13, 5 billion, 2012, 15.9 billion, 2011, 5.1 billion, 2010, 8.5 billion. At some point, the people are saying, what's going on here? So this isn't just a perception. This is the reality of a major trust issue. I have 5 minutes to speak. In those 5 minutes, the approximate amount that the post office will lose is $47,564. That's a huge issue. And I've heard today from the witnesses that we're working hard, or some of the members, the colleagues, that they're working hard to try to do things better. But I have a couple specific questions in regards to this rate increase that we're beseeching Congress on. If you do receive this rate increase, can you tell me about where this extra money would be reinvested, General Brennan?
In terms of if we were granted...
If you were granted a rate increase, where would that money go? Where would you invest it?
First of all, we would look to pay down debt. If we were able to address these long-term liabilities, and the net losses that you cited, Congressman, are in large part due to the pre-funding requirement. The past 3 years, we have had controllable income, which is revenue less expenses, that which is within our control.
Would you agree with this statement that the Postal Service could run out of money between 6 months and a year at the most?
What we will do, our fiduciary responsibility, would be to make decisions and prioritize which payments to make to ensure that we would be able to continue to deliver the mail and pay our employees and our suppliers.
My concern with that statement is that wasn't a recent statement. That statement was from over 3 years ago, and we've seen continuing beseech of Congress as far as more and more funding. This isn't working out. I want to hone in today on something, though, was specifically about packages versus the mail, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this as we've done some research on this lately. The increases that are requesting, would they be used to subsidize the package area of the post office business, or would it be to increase the mail delivery? Can you expound on that a little bit today?
Yes. In terms of the cross-subsidization issue, the PRC annually reviews to ensure that there is no cross-subsidization, that our competitive products cover their cost, and also that they contribute a minimum of 5.5% to institutional costs. The PRC has found annually since the inception of PAEA that that is in fact happening.
Well, you have stated that the Postal Service has made consolidations to respond to the decline in the mail, but you've also stated that you are investing in package delivery. I believe you just said that just a few minutes earlier, and that as a result of those investments, package delivery was not slowed by the consolidations. But Title 39, Section 101, subsection E states that in determining all policies for postal services, the Postal Service shall give the highest consideration to the requirement for the most expeditious collection, transportation, and delivery of important letter mail. Do you think that the Postal Service is following both the spirit and the letter of this law, given your current actions?
I do believe we're following the spirit of that law.
Well, if that is the case, then the annual compliance report suggests that the Postal Service is routinely prioritizing competitive products over market-dominant products. Do you disagree with that?
I'd have to see that, sir, in terms of what you're actually referring to.
Well, I believe it's your annual compliance report, and once again,
that says
it suggests that the Postal Service is routinely prioritizing competitive products over market-dominant products. Can you expound on that?
Now, I believe that may be the PRC's comment that it suggests. I'm not sure what you're referencing there. If I can talk about the annual compliance report and annual compliance determination, we're very transparent about performance in terms of transit time performance, in terms of volume growth, and in terms of investments within the organization.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time. Thank you, General Brennan, and I will yield back.
Thank you. Now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was struck by the fact, I don't know when this was, I know it was recent, that Pew Research did a poll of favorability ratings of different various government agencies, and the Post Office came out the highest at 84%, which I can't remember where Congress was, but I think Postal Service was slightly higher than where Congress ended up, significantly lower than that. That's made all the more remarkable by the fact that you've had a decade where there are 200,000 fewer employees than there were just a decade ago. My question, though, is regarding the rather unique requirement the Postal Service lives under, where essentially you have to prepay 75 years of obligations within a 10-year window. Can you talk about the effect that that has had on the balance sheet? And do you know of any other government agency, or for that matter, private sector company, that has to live under such a unique requirement? I'll leave that to anyone who wants to grab in. If you would like to go ahead.
I'll be happy to, Congressman. In terms of the pre-funding requirement, my understanding is it would be unique to the Postal Service. There is some responsibility with the Department of Defense in terms of pre-funding. My understanding is that their amortization payments are over a longer period of time, plus they are appropriated and integrated with Medicare.
If anyone else would like to add something.
Yeah, Congressman, this was enacted as part of the 2006 law in a bipartisan way with the best of intentions. Of course, the next year, our economy went into the deepest recession since the Great Depression, and with that, the mail volume accelerated and caused these challenges. The Postmaster General is correct. I would point out, when the 2006 law was enacted, there was $0 pre-funded for future retiree health benefits. Today, as we speak, there's more than $50 billion that has been pre-funded. There's still an outstanding obligation of roughly half that amount, but we have gone from nothing pre-funded to $50 billion today.
If you would like to add something.
Yes, I would. Thanks. Yes, this is unique to the Postal Service, but I'd like to point out that the proposals that the consensus group has put together, we would not only fully fund the Retiree Health Fund, we would be overfunded if you took all the components. That's something that nobody else is able to do.
Thank you. I would just add that my great concern is that, particularly as we have this conversation of going from 6-day to 5-day mail, that we continue to be in this negative cycle of cutbacks and closures that is really a self-fulfilling prophecy. That can be very destructive to communities and neighborhoods. I represent a largely suburban and urban residential district. When we went through even just a rumored closing of our post office in the 19116 zip code, that set off a firestorm. And maybe not for people my age, but for those who are of an older age, having that local post office there is an important part of the community. So as we look at these decisions, and certainly dollars and cents plays a major role, I think we also have to put a value on what the local post office means to a community. And if that's the case in a neighborhood and in a suburban area, I think it's only more so the case in a rural area, which tends to be more remote. Thank you. I yield back.
If the gentleman would yield for just a second.
Sure.
I want to make sure it's clear. We're not talking about 5-day delivery. I mean, I don't want that to be the headlines that comes out of this hearing, because your point is well taken. So whether it's in a suburban area or a very rural area, I don't want the phone calls to start coming in. I've worked with Mr. Lynch, and so
well, thank you. And if I could reclaim, actually, if I could reclaim my time, and then we'll yield briefly to Mr. Lynch. I would say that while that might not be the point of today, there have been numerous proposals about going to 5 days, and it has me very concerned and a number of our constituents for the reasons you described. I'll yield now to Mr. Lynch.
Oh, thank you. Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I know there was some implications here that the postal workers were not doing their part, or that, costs are creeping up and things like that. I just want to read you something. In 2011, the American Postal Workers Union, which is the largest union, and the Postal Service reached a voluntary agreement that resulted in a sea change of significant and far-reaching concessions. The 2002-2015 agreement contained wage freezes for year 1, wage freeze for year 2, and that's within a 5-year contract, followed by a 1% raise, a 1.5% raise, and a 1% raise, cost of living, and it was deferred to the third and fourth year. So extremely modest increase on the part of the employees, including 2 years of a wage freeze and a 5-year contract. So, just people should bear that in mind. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, I want to say that my wife and I love our postman. He does a great job. Ms. Lawrence, it was mentioned earlier about some of the things that are being done in the private sector. I'd like to ask you what cost-cutting initiatives has industry had to implement in the wake of the evolving postal world as we know it?
So we've seen a great consolidation in our industry. We have seen some of the larger print houses kind of eat up all the little ones to get rid of excess capacity. We've seen plant closures and layoffs and those sorts of things in order to kind of compensate for the decline in mail volume that's seen across the industry.
If you had to guess, what cost-cutting efforts would the Postal Service have to take or be taking if it were a private company?
Well, I think that the Postal Service has shown an ability to cut costs in the extreme conditions that they've been functioning under. I mean, I'm not really at liberty to say that layoffs should happen or anything should happen to the common employee of the Postal Service. I think that there are great lengths of additional price signals and cost efficiencies that they could gain through working with the industry. I think the industry has done more and more in the form of work share to take work hours out of the postal facilities and continue to rely on the industry to do things that they do very well.
Well, I want to bring up a couple of things that have come to my attention that I think might be helpful. For instance, there's an economic analysis from a group called Keybridge, you might be familiar with, Ms. Brennan, that says the Postal Service could save over $2 billion on the delivery vehicle procurement that you're planning, which is expected to cost over $6 billion. How do you respond to that?
Congressman, I'd have to read that report. In terms of the actual cost, we have some estimates about the cost, but a number of factors will determine the cost of the vehicle fleet replacement.
You're correct in that. There are a number of factors, and that's one of the reasons why your costs are so high, because you're buying vehicles that that you plan to keep in place for a number of years, and your fuel costs, your maintenance costs are exorbitant compared to what other private companies would be doing. And I highly recommend that you take a look at that Keybridge analysis. And if you have trouble finding it, I think if you'll let the committee know, we could find that for you, get that for you. There's also an issue, Ms. Brennan, that in November, the Inspector General put out their semi-annual report and found that there was $1.8 billion in funds that could be put to better use and $455 million in questionable costs from April to September 2015 alone. I'd like to know how you responded to the IG's report.
Well, Congressman, that's a compilation of literally probably hundreds of audits and/or studies. So I would need to look at them in separation or in isolation to address that. Currently, the OIG does valuable work for us and identifies opportunity. Oftentimes, it is work that we are currently undertaking and working through. So I would certainly acknowledge that there is opportunity for process improvement and additional efficiencies that will help drive down costs.
Well, considering the environment that you're in right now, and that, you know, these two combined would be somewhere in the range of $2.3 billion, and that you could save another $2 billion, and your vehicle procurement, you know, it gets you a little over $4 billion. I think that ought to be a couple of things at the top of your list for consideration. And then I'm not for layoffs either, but I also am concerned about the public perception of the post office. And again, for the record, we think the world of our postmen. But there was a survey done by Accenture, evaluated 24 government-operated postal organizations and 2 private companies that together deliver 75% of the world's mail, and found that the post office ranked last and as the lowest performing postal agency or commercial operator in the world. And my concern is it's not just with the cost cutting, but the public perception of what the post office does. And you add the poor performance, and I think because of the labor contract you're under, the inability to remove poor performing workers, and then these losses. The post office has got to really address these issues to improve its image and to make it a viable industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here today, and thank you, Chairman, and the ranking member for calling this hearing. I wanted to be clear for the record that I had a 30-year career with the Postal Service, starting as a letter carrier, so I have a lot of respect for Mr. Orlando. I also want to say no other organization in America is compelled to pre-fund future retirement benefits at the level that is done by the Postal Service. It is clear that pushing a public agenda which operates with no taxpayer funds, so there was some allusion earlier that we're using taxpayer dollars. The revenue that we generate from the sale of our products is what we fund and operate our business with. And so often it seems to get confusing in debate when we start talking about the Postal Service as if we're using taxpayer dollars. So it operates with no taxpayer funds to the brink of financial crisis by forcing it to assume the financial burden assumed by no other agency or company is the height of the financial irresponsibility of Congress, and Congress should fix this problem that we created. Today, as we are having this debate about the future of the Postal Service, and yes, there are some issues that we need to work with. And Ms. Brennan, I have been very clear with you in private conversations, and I'm trusting you to continue to keep delivery standards as one of the primary objectives. And as I look here with our postal customers and mailers who depend on us. But one of the things I wanted to talk about is the downsizing commitment that has been made by the Postal Service, reducing your workforce by 200,000 careers since 2006, reducing your work hours by 331 million, changing operation hours. Can you, Ms. Brennan, and I would like Mr. Rolando to weigh in on this as well in my mailers if you have time. How has this consolidation and reduction of workforce aligned with the Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the network rationalization plan or initiative?
Yes, if I may start, Congresswoman. We completed Phase 1. Phase 2, we completed 17 of the projected 82 consolidations. So we have additional consolidations that we'll revisit. We'll redo the economic analysis, given the data is now 5 years old, and would make the appropriate notifications before we resume those consolidations.
Mr. Rolando, how is it affecting the day-to-day?
First, I'd just like to say, keep in mind, a lot of this is in reaction to the pre-funding itself. I keep hearing over and over, what would you do if you were a private company? And if we were a private company, we wouldn't have $50 billion of resources tied up in a fund for 75 years into the future. It would certainly affect the standards. It would affect service. It would affect rates. It would affect vehicles. It would affect infrastructure. It would affect all kinds of things. So I think the takeaway from all of this is we're not allowed in that way to act like a private company. We do have to pre-fund. There's no appetite in Congress for us not to pre-fund. So that's why we've put together this coalition to find a way to satisfy that mandate. We've come up with a way to do it. And moving on from then we can act as a private company or as a postal service in a rational and efficient manner moving forward.
And I just want to add, it's about being competitive. We are in a very competitive market, the Postal Service. And if you truly want this company to be efficient and competitive, then we as Congress must recognize how we are tying the hands of the Postal Service. And so I say to my colleagues very passionately that we absolutely want the Postal Service, which is covered, you know, we used to, when I was employed, I had to take an oath that I would protect the mail and make sure that it's protected from foreign agencies, and how important and special it was to be an agent of the Postal Service. But then we tie their hands and then we criticize them. And one of the things that I want to talk about is the future of these packages. We know that drones and other industries are coming, but we consistently tie our hands and we see the other industries moving forward to embrace the ability to be competitive, to reduce costs. But we and the Postal Service, I'm saying we because I'm a retiree, those in the Postal Service continuously fight against these restrictions. So we as Congress must step up and take ownership of what we have created. And we have an amazing opportunity now to remove some of those barriers as we hold the Postal Service accountable for filling their role of delivery. And I'm over, so thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Clay, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start with Ms. Rectanus. Do you know of any other government agency or private sector company that has to fully pre-fund the health care cost of its retirees?
The issue you're asking about is whether anybody's quite like the Postal Service. And the issue is they are a unique organization that were designed to be a federal entity, an independent agency within the federal government. And so they are designed to be self-sustaining. So that's why they are in a different situation than other organizations.
But the 2006 Postal Accountability Act imposed that requirement on the Postal Service, correct?
That's correct.
How much money has the Postal Service been required to pay, and has it been able to make all of these payments?
To date, the Postal Service has paid about $18 billion on top of the original money that was put in originally. They have missed $28 billion in payments as far as the retiree health benefits program is
So
concerned.
$28 billion is the value of the unfunded liability?
No, sir, that's the amount of money the Postal Service has not put in. The amount of money that is unfunded is about $54 billion.
I see. Ms. Brennan, I understand that 86% of the losses that the Postal Service accumulated between the years 07 and 11 are attributable to this pre-funding requirement. Is that right?
That's correct, Congressman Clay.
Do you believe that the pre-funding mandate is unfair to the Postal Service, and do you agree with Mr. Rolando?
I agree with President Rolando's comments. I would say that it's responsible to pre-fund. The challenge for us in the recent past was the accelerated payment schedule. Going forward, though, the challenge for us is to ensure Medicare integration.
Is modifying this pre-funding requirement an essential part of the joint reform proposal to which the Postal Service, postal unions, and certain mailers have agreed?
Yes, Congressman, given that the pre-funding requirement ends this fall, the challenge now is to address the larger issue of an unaffordable system for the Postal Service and our retirees.
And how much money do you think this would save the Postal Service?
Fully integrating with Medicare for all of our retirees 65 and older would save us over $17.5 billion over the next 5 years.
I see. Is it true that the Postal Service's retiree health care fund is already 50% funded?
That's correct, Congressman. We're better situated than most.
And do you know what the current balance in that fund is?
The current assets are over $50 billion in the RHB fund.
Wow. The pre-funding requirement may have made sense back in '06, but it no longer makes sense to have the Postal Service comply with a requirement that would force it into insolvency. Just one question from Mr. Rolando. Give me your overall sense of how the morale is among Postal Service workers today.
The overall morale, we deal really in 4 different avenues, if you will, with the Postal Service, depending on the level of engagement of each of the probably employees or organizations. We deal in a collective bargaining arena, whereby obviously we're addressing things that are going to affect morale in terms of pay and benefits and working conditions. We work together in an arena of growing the business and making sure that service is what it needs to be so that we can face our customers every day. Obviously, that can be rewarding and frustrating at the same time. We deal together in a legislative arena, as we're doing today, to make sure that the Postal Service is here to serve the American people for many years to come. And then we deal in another arena that I will call the culture of the Postal Service. And I think that's an important thing that's been embedded for a long time in the way it exists, that we certainly have the commitment from leadership in the Postal Service and the unions to address that. And all those things contribute to the morale of postal workers all over the country in different ways.
Thank you for that response. May I yield the rest of my time to the gentleman from Massachusetts?
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to push back a little bit on a suggestion that was made earlier about one of my brothers across the aisle about the comparative value or the comparative performance of the United States postal system versus some of the international competition. There's a great report out by Oxford University, it's England's Oxford Strategic Consulting, and they measured the efficiency of the postal services in the top 20 countries, in the G20. And the United States Postal Service came out the best. And remarkably, it's the only system in that top group that does not receive taxpayer funding. So ours is doing better than all the rest, contrary to the statement made earlier. And remarkably, the United States Postal Service scores the highest for efficiency, even as it delivers far more letters per employee, 268,894 in the last study period, than any other service in the G20. Japan came in second, and it's less than 1/3 of that. So, and also we have universal service, which a lot of these other countries don't have. So we deliver to every single location. And the only criticisms that the British study had was that unlike in Siberia, where their post offices actually sell groceries, ours do not, but we have grocery stores that do that. So, but I just want to push on. We came out the best in this study. It was a very credible study, and it was reported by CNN. I'd like to enter this as part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered. I thank
you.
the gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you much. Chairman Taub, one of the objectives of the current system and any new system that comes out of the rate reviews is to make sure we have high-quality service standards. And right now, there's some indication that we're struggling in that regard. If the Postal Service continues to have problems in that area, what action do you think the Commission will take?
Congressman, the Commission, by law, has what's called an annual compliance determination, where annually we look to ensure that rates and fees that were in effect in last year were in compliance, as well as service standards were met. We just issued our most recent one just about a month and a half ago, and we did find that service standards indeed weren't met. All of first-class mail did not meet their targets. Both parts of periodicals mail most of standard mail. We directed the Postal Service to come back in 120 days with a comprehensive plan, particularly on the what's called flats, the periodicals and the standard and the first-class flats, a 90-day report on first-class letters and cards. So once we get that back, we'll assess next steps. But it was a very directed study to bring attention, which has been a trend that unfortunately hasn't been trending in the right direction. So that's why this year we took, shall we say, a little bit more of an aggressive stance to ask the Postal Service to come in with a more comprehensive focus as to what are the pain points, what are the pinch points, how do we get past this? Because service, as the Postmaster General said, is the basic standard that has to be met.
Okay, now I have a question for Ms. Brennan here. We've talked a lot about how the volume of mail has dropped over the last 10 years from 213 billion to 154 billion. And we use 2006 as the base year. But you know what it was like 10 years before that or 20 years before that?
Off the top of my head, I don't, Congressman. I'll get that information for you.
Was it going up? I mean, the point I'm trying to make is...
It was growing, sir, yes.
So it might have been 154 billion in 1986 or 1990?
2006 was the high point in terms of total volume in the system.
So what I'm getting at here is I wonder if you're creating kind of an artificial cause for a problem. By grabbing the high year at 213 and say we're at 154, so of course we're going to have a crisis. Maybe we're at 154 in 1980 and you wouldn't have a problem. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I understand your point.
but you don't know the answer.
I would tell you that it's not artificial, the challenges that we face.
One of the biggest capital investments you have, and we had a hearing on this before, is replacing the aging vehicles. What's the current status of that situation?
Congressman, we're currently in the technical review phase for the prototype vehicles. The plan is that we will determine one or more suppliers with multiple vehicle types that will test over roughly an 18-month period, different topographies, different climates, and that will help inform our decisions as we move to the production timeline.
Okay, last time you guys were in here on this topic, you said you're going to buy 120,000 new vehicles. Is that still the plan?
That would be the upper bound in terms of replacement, and clearly given our financial situation and certainly the supplier's capability, we would be looking to purchase and deploy roughly 20,000 to 25,000 a year.
Okay, so you're going to kind of spread it out maybe?
Correct, multiple
over
years,
6 years,
Congressman,
5
yes.
years, 6 years. Okay, next question. What's the pay if I go to work for the post office, start out either delivery man, one of the guys and their gals in the office? What was the starting pay for that?
I would tell you the average work hour rate that I have off the top of my head is $41.
Pardon?
Average work hour rate, fully loaded, $41. If it was a non-career employee, roughly $15 an hour.
Okay, so if I get a job, and I know that you got to work part-time in the first place, if I get a job as, I don't know, do you start out as a mailman or not, but what do I expect starting as far as my pay?
It would depend on the craft. If you were a letter carrier, roughly $15 an hour for a supplemental non-career employee.
How about career employee?
It would depend, again, on if you're new, roughly probably $25 an hour. I'll get you the exact, Congressman.
$25 in order to be postman. A lot of those people get overtime. Do you offer overtime?
Yes, absolutely. More than 8 hours in a day or 40 hours in a week, consistent with the FLSA rules.
Okay, is that common?
Overtime can be in certain locales. It's seasonal. It depends on employee availability, mail volume, and the like.
What's your average mailman make right now?
Average salary?
Yeah.
I'll provide that for the record.
Okay, my time is up. Will yield the remainder of my time.
Wow, thank you. Impressive. Let that be a lesson to all of us that are still sitting here. But we'll give 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Lujan Grisham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate that. I'm going to change up what I was going to do a little bit because I really appreciate the comments that my colleague, Mr. Lynch, made. Although I don't need that report, if you want to see the efficiencies of the post office, go visit and do a ride-along with the letter carrier, and you'll have no doubt that it's one of the most efficient systems in the world. And so thank you very much for that honor, and I plan to do more of that, particularly in the area that another one of my colleagues has already mentioned, Ms. Lawrence, that in this effort, because of budgetary issues, that we were consolidating, and Ms. Brennan, I heard that that's on hold, but given the fact that that's really hurt rural and frontier areas, disabled and senior populations who are traveling distances to get prescription drugs, I'm very happy to hear that that's on hold. But in addition to that, and the numbers that have already been talked about, 200,000 employees, more than 360 facilities consolidated, there's now a 2011, so it's a little bit dated, but that GAO report says that, look, when you reduce the level of your services, you're actually hurting your revenue stream. So it's counterproductive. And as you look at these issues, I'd love it if you would give us further information in writing to this committee about your efforts in modernizing services and addressing these issues, given your, I think, unfair mandates, that there's a healthy balance. And we want to make sure, in fact, that we're building a revenue stream and at the same time continue to take appropriate actions to protect the populations who need the Postal Service in a way that I think is different than the average person receiving mail. So if you would do that, I'd appreciate it, and thanks for that update. The second thing that I want to talk about that's, I think, a bit maybe different than my colleagues have addressed, that in my community, unfortunately, my district, my state, we're seeing a high number of vandalism and mail theft. I want to thank you for your work, particularly in Albuquerque, but I'm concerned that with lack of personnel, we have a backlog in those investigations. You don't get those investigations, we don't deal with the perpetrators, we don't deal with the perpetrators. See, we have this, we're on a merry-go-round in this situation as well, so that it continues to occur at much higher rates than around the country. And I will tell you that given our poverty issues and our other public health issues, which I'll address later today, in terms of substance abuse, it's a significant problem. And so it also creates safety issues for folks when we're not dealing with this appropriately because of those backlogs and investigatory issues. We're not replacing those damaged mailboxes. And I'd love for you to give me a sense about what you can do differently, or if you've had any thoughts, or what do you need from Congress to make sure that you can address these, what I'm going to call hot spots, if you will, so that we can do something about it.
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. In terms of in Albuquerque and the effort we have, again, with the Postal Inspection Service partnering with local law enforcement and community members, we've got a anti-theft prevention type campaign. I'll be happy to come up and brief you in more detail because it is important to us, and as we deploy centralized boxes, we need to ensure that they're secure and that we can minimize any potential theft there. But I'll be happy to come up and give you more specifics.
And I'd like you to really, and I'm happy to do that, but I really want you to think about and talk about, if I've got more time, although I'm happy to give it back to the chairman because he's so good to me. And I meant that genuinely. That I think it's important to think about it in a policy mechanism, because the truth is, and again, in my community, I love my community, and I love my state, and I love my district, but we have real challenges. I've got a police force that's under consent decree that also has one of the lowest staffing in the country and is in real trouble in terms of recruitment and staffing. So leveraging there is not leveraging. And the reality is that we're not keeping up, and we have a real public safety issue, and we've got a confidence issue, and it needs to be addressed. So what else can we be doing? And you ought to take into account all those kinds of circumstances. So the reality is, because those boxes are still damaged and we still have a problem, people don't have access to their mail.
We need to correct that, whether it's holding mail at the post office or looking at other ways to affect delivery. We don't want disruption in service.
And it's recognizable when you see all these damaged boxes in my community. It's a huge problem. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. I thank the gentlewoman, and I appreciate it. I have some comments and questions, and then Mr. Lynch, and then we'll wrap up. Mr. Taub, give me your perspective on the PRC. We're looking at a reform package. How would you reform or adjust what the PRC does or doesn't do? What reforms are you looking for?
Mr. Chairman, I think the most important thing, of course, is the financial balance sheet mess of the Postal Service. That's the house that's on fire that has to be dealt with. In terms of the Postal Regulatory Commission, attached to my testimony is a study that, mandated by law, at least every 5 years, the Commission looks at the entire Postal Accountability Act of 2006, as well as the whole law, and offers recommendations for changes to the President and Congress. We did that in 2011. We're in the midst of doing that report right now. The 2011 report did suggest a variety of possible opportunities where the Commission—
Pardon me, but when do you anticipate that will be complete?
We should have that complete by the end of the year. My hope is that this would be delivered to Congress.
Can you have it by the end of May?
I wish we could. We just issued a few weeks ago a call for public input and comment on that, a baker's dozen of issues. We asked the public to input by June 14th. So when the public gives us the input, then we have to put that together. So we will strive
Any
to—
preliminary suggestions? Let me just, as the chairman of this committee, let me give you an outline of where we're headed with this. Yeah. We do anticipate introducing a discussion draft of a bill soon. I anticipate that that'll be available for perhaps 2 weeks unless there's some major hiccup. And then the intention is to introduce a bill, mark it up. We are actively trying to address the pre-funding issue. We are obviously, as we've heard from across the whole spectrum of the board, trying to deal with the Medicare portion of that. It is amazing that $29 billion has been paid in since 1983, and that has to be adjusted. If there are structural adjustments or suggestions or ideas that any of you have, we need to have those now. We have been meeting and hearing and listening, and now we're having a formal hearing. But we need those as soon as possible. From the GAO's perspective, I want to go to the Board of Governors, and it's a little unfair to put any of you all on the spot, but the GAO, yeah, we can put you on the spot. How many Board of Governors are there?
At this point, there is, there is one Board of—
Out of?
9.
That is the right answer. There's 1 out of 9. Quite frankly, I can't figure out what in the world the Board of Governors does. And so we are, it's almost never fully staffed. One of the things that we are looking at doing is fusing the Board of Governors and the PRC into one entity. If somebody has a problem or a challenge with that, has a different suggestion than that, let us know. But to have 2 separate groups, one of which is never fully funded or never fully staffed, and literally has 1 person, they don't have a quorum, they can't operate, and yet nobody seems to mind, I don't get any complaints. So that is one thing that I'm looking at, that I'm just saying to the world, if you have a suggestion on that,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Just to make a personal observation from having been involved in this for so long, the current structure of the statute sets the Commission up as the regulator, not the operator of the Postal Service. In 1970, when the old Post Office Department was abolished, the current governors and board was created to exercise the power of the Postal Service and represent the public interest generally. I would simply observe that to the extent they are together, making sure, thinking through these issues of regulator versus operator, but beyond that observation.
I still see a role of Congress, I still see the role of the Postmaster, and I still see the PRC, but this extra layer does not make a lot of sense to me. Postmaster General, do you have a comment?
If I may, yes. Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your offer for insight on this, and we'll be happy to share it. I think Chairman Taub outlined it would just be the caution, but we're happy to provide some additional insight.
And that's you want to triangulate the issue, but at the same time, it is problematic when there is not a functional group, and there hasn't been for a while, and there doesn't seem to be any desire to get one. And so I'm just looking at structurally changing that. But duly noted, you don't want your regulator to also be your operator, and there does need to be an arm's length distance. But there is also a role of Congress, and we have to serve in some of those functions as well. Mr. Rolando, kind of walk us through, I don't know what time frame, but the unions have, I mean, the enrollment is way down because, in large part, the reductions in staff. Kind of give, somebody's watching this for the first time, give them a perspective of how the unions have stepped up and have helped to address this problem, and there have been quite a number of staff reductions along the way.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as far as reductions, yeah, there's been a loss of 200,000 jobs in the last 10 years. I think for the majority of the collective bargaining agreements now, no new employees come in as career employees. They come in as non-career employees without any benefits, much lower pay, and have to wait for a career position to become available for them to be eligible for that. As far as, and then the collective bargaining itself, it's a process that's worked well for a long time in terms of negotiating agreements, whether by settlement or through interest arbitration. And as I mentioned before, there's other arenas that we deal with the Postal Service. For example, in the legislative arena, that's an extremely, I think, important thing that we do, along with the mailing industry, to be able to get a consensus together to move something through Congress that's going to preserve the Postal Service in the future. So we have, and again, I talked briefly before about being involved in the growth of the business and service and the networks and the value, working together to do that, you know, to the point of bringing in business to the Postal Service. And again, the fourth arena is just the whole culture of the Postal Service.
Thank you. Ms. Lawrence, let's talk about what you would like to see, first and foremost, out of Congress. And we got your testimony and you've answered some questions, but give me the best synopsis you have on what you need people in Congress to do.
We need predictable and reliable mail service. So if you're going to say it's going to take 3 days, take 3 days to get there, right? We have planning purposes from business mailer perspectives that we do to interact with the Postal Service and have the most efficient mail possible. We need predictable, stable Postal Service prices, right? If we see rate shock or extreme conditions to raise revenues in order to cover the existing cost, mail will leave faster and faster and faster, and they'll find other means to communicate. And then lastly, transparent costs. And I know both pricing and costing can be done currently at the regulator, and we're looking at the 10-year review to see if the current pricing mechanism is the right fit under the conditions. So, I mean, if Congress were to do anything, I would say releasing some of the liabilities on the balance sheet is really what would help mailers going into the rate review, as well as help the Postal Service alleviate some of the pressures on the cap and be able to really concentrate on service, since that seems to be a large message that came across today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The Postal Service, as I said at the beginning, serves a vital element of our commerce here in the United States. They have a monopoly, and they have high fixed costs. When you have high fixed costs, you don't reduce services and raise rates and expect to solve your problems. What you need to do is move volume. You got to make the post office more relevant in people's lives so that there's more volume that can move through the system. So again, raising rates and cutting services is not the way we're going to necessarily get there. Now, I can tell you personally, I've migrated a long way the more I've studied this, where initially my inclination was, yeah, let's, 5-day service, that sounds good. Let's increase the number of postal holidays. That sounds good. But the more you dive into it, the more you realize that's not the way the economy is moving. What's happening is there's more e-commerce out there, and people want to have their packages and goods delivered right to them right now. And so you see the Amazons of the world and others consumers are starting to expect Saturday and even Sunday delivery, and the post office is in a unique position with their monopoly to produce that. Personally, I feel very strongly that the post office should not be participating in business that is also found on Main Street. Selling coffee and T-shirts, and with all due respect, other services that you can find down the street, I don't think that is necessarily the role of somebody who has a tax advantage, has a monopoly, and I have very deep concerns about that. The one thing that I haven't heard in the last couple hours of this hearing that I continue to harp on, and it's incumbent upon us, but also I think the post office itself, is the government-to-government business. When I think of where do I go to get my passport, I think of the post office. That type of business arrangement needs to expand. It does at the state level, and it should at the federal level. It drives me crazy to no end that we go out and spend all this money on FEMA to try to remap the United States and have all these drug distribution facilities. We already got post offices and letter carriers and others. They already know their community. They could walk those streets without the street signs. They don't need their own special map. We've already done that with the Postal Service, and yet we spend hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, doing that. We have disaster with FEMA and others that happen, but we have to be prepared for that. But it's your post office and your postmaster that's probably understands the area and the community better than anybody. I visited Montezuma Creek, Utah, small place down on the Navajo Indian Reservation. A dilapidated building that local postmaster had been there for more than 20 years. She knows her community. She knows all the people. She knows people who speak English, who don't speak English. She knows who rides in on a horse to come get their mail. She knows the community. That's the type of effort that the rest of the federal government should be engaged in. Also, I want to continue to look, and this committee has jurisdiction on the census. We're going to go out and spend billions of dollars on the census to try to recreate what the post office already has in place. And I can tell the postmaster's itching to speak here, so please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I did just want a proof point to your comments, two, if I may. One was working recently with a Midwestern city to provide information on vacant buildings through our address management system. Another, you mentioned the census. We did a pilot, I mentioned earlier in the hearing, out in Arizona, onboarding census workers, but we think there's an opportunity for us with the actual conducting of the census, given in-person proofing either at the facility or on the doorstep with the technology we now have.
Your local letter carrier is going to far more understand that there aren't 15 people living in this house. I've been walking this street, going to their door for the last 7 years, and there aren't 15 people in this building. That type of thing and insight, they're going to spend the billions of dollars. Let's send it smartly, and I hope this committee will further look at this. I've gone way over my time here, but I am excited to move this forward. And again, appreciate the work that Mr. Meadows, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Conley, and certainly Mr. Cummings. And as we wrap up, I think Mr. Lynch, did you have some? Let me yield to Mr. Lynch. And then.
Very briefly, yeah, I think there's a wonderful opportunity there with the Postal Service and the census. We're walking those streets already, so there's a way to, I think, maximize the skills and the expertise that the Postal Service has. I do want to push back a little bit again. You know, I cited the Oxford report that said the United States Postal Service was the best in the world, and one of my colleagues indicated his belief that I haven't seen the study, but that we were the worst in the world. I think that the best judge of this is actually the customer, is the American citizens. And you know, the Pew Research Center polled Americans about their government, and I think Mr. Boyle brought this up. But the people of the United States in that poll said that the most trusted government employees in the United States today is the United States postal worker. And that's a tribute to you, Postmaster General, and also to the unions and to the people who do that work every single day. So I just, you know, I just want to say that they rank you, I think 84%. You were the highest of any government employees. Congress was also in that study, and we were around 6% between swine flu and the Taliban. That's where Congress came in.
Well, this committee competes with the Zika. So we're way down there.
Amen to that. But you know, it is indeed ironic that we have a member of a body that has 6% approval criticizing the employees who have 84% approval rating in the eyes of our constituents. So I'll yield back. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Mr. Cummings.
And thank you all for your testimony. I just think that we got to get this done. I mean, we can go around this circle forever and ever and be in the same place 10 years from now. Again, I want to thank all of you all for coming to the table. But I am interested in what the chairman said about government to government. Do you see that, growing or going, Postmaster General?
Sir, I do see opportunity there. I think another example that
And how would we get there? How would we get, how would you?
we may need some support from you and the chairman on that, but I think some of the outreach effort we've had with some of the other agencies is a starting point, leveraging our infrastructure. I think another example is the TSA pre-verification for frequent flyers. There's an opportunity, I think, for us to handle some of that work as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Ranking Member Cummings, I think one of the key pieces, if the Postal Service is going to go down this road, is also the funding associated with that. And that goes to that larger issue of what is it that we want this government institution to do. And I know with a house on fire financially, we need to put that out. And the legislative process doesn't always lend itself to the ability to get to first principles. But if there's some way, whether in this round or the next, to think about what it is that this government institution must do and what are the costs associated with that and where does the revenue come in, my only concern would be to the extent they take on more responsibility in this area, there's costs there, and if the associated funding doesn't go to it, then we're adding more of a burden to the Postal Service.
Hence my comment, Robert, about may need some assistance from the chair and the ranking member.
I was just trying to get a little more
Thank you.
Certainly we would not want you to go into something that is going to not yield a sufficient profit. That doesn't make any sense. And we certainly don't want to burden you with more obligations when the yield is simply to cost more. That's ridiculous. But I'm hoping that we'll be able to resolve some of these things. And as I said, resolve them soon. Again, thank you very much.
The final point I'd make on the government to government is that, yes, these other agencies are funded with resources to execute on these things, and if they're going to spend money on them, they should be spending them or looking at the option of doing it through the Postal Service. I think the unions would appreciate that. I've got the physical infrastructure, unlike any other entity, to be able to do that. Whether, again, passports, census, you are going to get a request from us to look at the financials of how the whole passport businesses work. But I look at within my own district, the Department of Motor Vehicles, there are other state opportunities, not just the federal government opportunities, where they need a physical location that's safe and secure and that people know where it is. So we've had a good, healthy hearing. We appreciate your participation. I hope the men and women of the Postal Service know that we care about them and that we are trying to do the best thing. But I agree with Mr. Cummings. It's time to do it sooner rather than later. With that, the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.